So at this time, I would call to order, being 10 o'clock. Actually, it's 10:01. The Board of County Commissioners special meeting in regards to the strategic plan, final agenda, August 24th, 2023. I ask all those in the audience and on the dais to please silence their electronic devices so that we don't interrupt members of the public who wish to speak, and remain silent. At this time, I would ask you to all please rise, remove your covers if appropriate, and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the greatest flag in the world. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and I appreciate your attendance today. Before we go into public comment, I did have a couple of housekeeping items to discuss. We will have 2 periods of public comment today, at the beginning as normal and at the end. We're anticipating going to 4-ish today, and I say 4-ish because it all depends on your input and how we progress through this today. And we'll take whatever time is necessary to engage the public and the commissioners and our staff in this process. So we are anticipating taking a lunch as normal in the noonish hour. And once again, that all depends on where we are with the agenda at that particular time. But we will be taking a lunch for approximately 1 hour in that regards, and returning at 1 o'clock as we go into the last session. I don't know that we have the agenda of the meeting up on the screen yet, but anyways, we'll start with the public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin, and then a yellow light, which indicates you have 30 seconds left and should conclude your comments. Once the light turns red, we ask you to please sit down. Public comment will be taken during the beginning and again at the end of the board meeting. Additional public comment periods may be allowed by individual agenda items at the discretion of the chairperson. We have some items that might call that into place. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners. Public comment. The podium is over here. When you approach the podium, we ask you to print your name for the record, state your name, and your time will begin after you state your name. Don't worry, Dan, that doesn't take away your voice.
Good morning, and thank you, Marcia. Ellie Waller. I believe public participation is essential in the compilation of all plans that affect the future direction of the county. I believe, as my comments state, that we are understaffed to handle current and future efforts to complete many plans with challenges of hiring staff, keeping staff, and growing staff. Anyone that actively participates can see staff is overwhelmed. No disrespect, but we must lay those cards on the table. List what each department has on their plate. Rushing plans, ordinance updates is not productive. Complete a staff needs assessment. A priority list for the strategic plan is only as good as staff's ability to effectively have it laid out. I attended the Vacation Home Rental Advisory Board yesterday and left that meeting shaking my head. The board just approved the ordinance update, but insisted that density be revisited before the ordinance can even get off the ground. The resounding message I left with is this board's direction was not clear and is not clear. What is the board's definition of density? I urge you to reconsider an outcome by October, and whatever direction you think you gave staff and the advisory board is not clear and somewhat politically motivated, in my opinion. Accept what you have approved and make recommendations for future updates in a year. It's not perfect. And frankly, some of the changes you as a board made, not recommended by the advisory board, should be removed in future updates, as they are crux of some of the density issues that still need to be reworked. Density just isn't the number of homes in specific neighborhoods. The devil's in the details. It can come down to the number of homes on a specific street in that neighborhood, the occupants and associated impacts, just to name a few, drive density. Next, the master plan 2020 update process, in my opinion, was piecemeal attempt to get it done. My opinion, community plans, the foundation of what each community wants for the future, not just what county staff and boards and developers want, have not been adequately updated to be prioritized with robust meetings that encourage community members to voice concerns, bring solutions to the table. Furthermore, scheduling for many plans that are coming up after this one need to be revisited as well. You've been asked by the Planning Commission to look at Title 20. All these plans coexist and should have consistent goals with objectives, so staff and the public can actively participate. I also want to make sure that all meetings are disclosed, locations often in the newspaper, not just once, so the public that can't be here today because they work can attend those evening meetings proposed for September and October and Tahoe. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Wow, that's quick today. I think I told on strategy that we could go an hour on this, but I'm actually in shock, I guess. So anyways, so that moves up the plan, right? Okay, since seeing no further public comment, then I will entertain the approval of the proposed agenda. Commissioners?
So moved. I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve the proposed agenda as presented. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify. We only have one item, but all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. So at this time, then we'll go into the administrative agenda. We have no consent calendar today. This is a special meeting just for the strategic plan. As usual, we will have a regular board meeting on September the 7th, I believe it is. Okay, in the board chambers. So anyways, item number 1 on the administrative agenda, we anticipate that this will take all day, by the way. That's what we're planning, although we will take a 1-hour break for lunch. For possible action, discussion to set the strategic direction for Douglas County. Discussion may include a review of the current state of the county, vision, mission, priorities, organizational values, and strategic initiatives from the current strategic plan, as well as challenges and opportunities facing the organization in the next 5 years. Input gathered from the Board of County Commissioners, staff, and the public at this strategic planning workshop will be used to assist the board with an update of the Douglas County strategic plan. This is being presented by our County Manager, Jennifer Davidson. I believe, is this the point in time where I'm supposed to offer my opening comments, or are you supposed to? Okay. So I want to recognize we have 2 members of on strategy. Is that Cameron? And I can't recall your last name. Your first name was easy because it's spelled differently than Cameron. Cameron and Jay Steerley and Cameron Mock. Okay, so they're here on facilitate this strategic plan. So did you want to unveil your proposed agenda for today in that regard, and have me do the opening comments? Is that where we are? Okay, so are we ready?
Okay. Excellent. Thank you all for being here today. Board members of the community, Douglas County staff, we're really excited to be facilitating this session for you. Before we really dive into it, Jay and I would like to just review quickly our agenda. Here we are. Okay. So there are some time blocks on this agenda. They're quite loose. Before we get into it, I also want to mention we will be taking breaks as needed. So if you don't see some breaks in there, that's because we'll just take them as it feels like the energy in the room is depleting. But we just started with our public comment. We are going to go through some opening remarks and setting the stage, which means we're going to go through a bit of a presentation on what is strategic planning and what does this process look like specifically for Douglas County. Jennifer will then be presenting a current state of the county so we can all understand the work that's been completed so far and where staff are coming from. We're going to dive into the strategic foundation and direction. So reviewing our mission and vision, doing a little bit of an exercise on values. We have some information that was gathered in advance through interviews with the commissioners that we'll review. We will take an hour-long lunch. And then the entire afternoon will be around strategic themes and doing breakout sessions. So that's where we'll all be up, moving around the room. That is really the place where we'll all come together to coalesce around some of the priorities for the county. We will do a report out of that, wrap up for the day and discuss next steps, what's coming next in our process, and then do a closing public comment. So with that, I would ask Mr. Chairman, if you'd like to give your opening remarks.
Thank you. And we're excited about this process and want to welcome you to the process and look forward to working with you over the next several months to complete this process. When we did meet preliminarily, is that a right word? I don't, preliminarily. Wow, that's a tongue twister. Anyways, we did meet yesterday to discuss this and look at this agenda so that we'd have a better feel for where we were going with that. And I was asked to prepare some opening remarks. And so I was thinking about it over the evening and then again this morning. And then I grabbed this piece of paper that's available to the public regarding the Douglas County Strategic Plan and the public workshops. And I don't know that I could develop a better statement than what's on here. So I'll go ahead and read that and then make some other comments. But Douglas County is embarking on a strategic planning process and is creating a shared vision between the residents of Douglas County, its elected officials, and county officials. This 5-year document, although we expect the next go around to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 2029, so maybe a little bit longer than 5 years. This 5-year document will serve as a roadmap for the future and paves the way for future generations to, as our county manager has developed the theme, leave a legacy, which I totally concur with. We ask that you join us in this conversation, the public and other stakeholders within our community. It's extremely important that we have your involvement in this. So that we understand where we're trying to go and help us ensure that your voice is part of the plan. In that process, there are going to be multiple venues and opportunities to get involved. And so we ask you to take advantage of those opportunities. I would, as I looked at the current strategic plan, the last update of the strategic plan was in June of 2017. Did I say that wrong? 2017. And as I expect, as I did, I think you'll, in that process, if you look at that, you'll discover that many things on that plan have been accomplished. That's good. On the other hand, the question needs to be asked is, has that been a plan or has it happened by happenstance? And I would hope that our county manager and our staff and our commissioners in the future will look at this as a roadmap and not let things happen as happenstance. Rather than letting things happen, make things happen. And at the direction of not only the board, but also taking into consideration the desires of our community to buy into this process, because it's extremely important that our community agree with the roads that we're pursuing. That helps smooth the road, so to speak, and prevent some roadblocks or road bumps in the road. I also I'd ask you to turn that page over and take a look at what can you do. And we have it broken down into a number of categories. Parents need to be engaged. The youth of our community who are going to inherit what we leave. And I think I've told you before, I spent a long time in the Boy Scouts and achieved the rank of Eagle Scout. We have another Eagle Scout here also. JD Frisbee, I think, was here also, right? JD, you there? Yeah, you're a Boy Eagle Scout also, right? So in our conversations, but it's important. These folks are the ones that are going to inherit our community, and certainly the Boy Scout motto of leave it better than you found it. Okay. And I can remember going on camping trips, and we were made to scour the grounds for the minutest little piece of trash to make sure that we left the grounds better than we found it. So that certainly should be a goal of this board and future boards. Young professionals are very critical to the vitality of our community and the long range planning of our community. Seniors, we have a huge senior population in this county, and by all accounts, it's only growing. It's not getting any weaker. So that is speaking well to our community services department and what we offer to the seniors in our community, and trying to make sure that we provide the services that are necessary. And as you know, we are addressing that with some new healthcare facilities in our county, both at Lake Tahoe with the new Barton Center that's going in, and the expansion of the Carson Valley Health Center on 395 as well. Community leaders. That's not just the Board of Commissioners. That's also our Chambers of Commerce, our Main Street Gardnerville, our Business Council, and that's just to name a few. So we need their involvement as well. Business owners, we want to make sure that we maintain a vital community and provide services to our community as much as possible here locally, rather than having those dollars leave our county going north or south or east or west and spending on services that we could otherwise provide here in our county. We need to keep those dollars here. And then the last one, of course, is everyone, and that's certainly true. We need the entire buy-in of. So we want to hear. I'm eager to hear. I'm more here today as a listening mechanism rather than a vocal mechanism. I want to hear what you feel and what you believe we need to go forward with. Once again, I'm happy to see your involvement here today. I'm hoping that our future sessions will have even greater involvement. And with that, I think I will close my opening comments and turn it back over to the moderators. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to come back to those opening comments because there are a few things that I want to really highlight that you mentioned that are really incredible about this process. But before we go there, we need to do a little bit of housekeeping, so bear with us. It warrants an introduction of us. Jay and I, we are here from On Strategy. We're a consulting company that's based in Reno, so we had a lovely drive down here this morning. And it's worth mentioning that On Strategy did build the Douglas County Plan the last go around in 2017. So this is not our first rodeo here. And we're very excited to be back to assist you with this process for a second time. Okay, so just going through this housekeeping, our meeting outcomes today, really clearly, we have a very full agenda. But if we walk out of this room with three big things, then we will know that today's a win. We are going to go through the introduction to the strategic planning process. So overall, and also what that means for Douglas County. We're also going to really clearly highlight the areas where the community is encouraged to participate, this being the first of many opportunities. We're going to connect with our mission, vision, and values. While there may not be any changes to those today, we are going to accept input and allow for those processes to play out just throughout this entire engagement flow. So gathering input today, connecting with them a little bit, making them a little bit more personal for you all. And then we are going to go through a handful of strategic themes. They're actually the 6 from the previous strategic plan. So if you've looked at that document, they should be familiar. That's just the way that we're organizing our thinking today. We're going to be calling them strategic themes rather than strategic objectives, just because while we're living in this space of brainstorming and planning, we don't want to call anything by a different name too early. So allowing ourselves to have just a little bit of common language. These are our strategic themes for today. We're going to be going through a current state. So things that are currently working well that we want to continue doing, things that might need some shoring up, that need improvement. We're going to be talking through some community trends, what's working for and against us. And then finally, we'll be going through a visioning exercise. And I'm sorry, that should actually say 2030 vision, not 2023. So what is our 2030 vision for each of our strategic themes, and then a handful of priorities or areas of focus for us to dig into a little bit deeper when we go through the rest of this process, gaining insights. So those are our meeting outcomes for today. It's really exciting, I have to say. I'm going to take us to our next slide to talk through discussion guidelines, but I just have to mention that this process is so unique that the county has set up for us to go through, and that we don't always get the opportunity to commingle this way and to gather input from all of these different sources, the board and the community and staff. And so while we're having these discussions today, we have a few guidelines that we'd like for us to all commit to following. We've also got them listed on a poster. If you're here in the room, we'll put that up just so that we can remember. But today we're focusing on where and what. So we are not necessarily getting into the how. This is a visioning session. We want to keep it high level. We're at the 30,000 foot level today. Where do we want to go in 5, 10 years? And then we will get into that how and tactical level, just not quite yet. We will ask that we speak in bullet points, not paragraphs. We have a lot of folks in attendance today and a lot of voices to hear. So we're going to commit to keeping it concise. If you agree with someone, let them know, but let's not go on in paragraphs. We're focusing on the future today, so this is a forward-looking session. Obviously, the past informs our future. Jennifer is going to take us through the history of these strategic themes over the past 5 years, but today we are looking forward. Please use the power of dissent, respectfully, of course, but we want to make sure that we're hearing everyone's voice, and we won't hear each other's voices if we're not talking through some of the differing opinions that we have. So use that power, use it respectfully. Our decision-making mode is consensus. We're going to go through this again when we get into breakout groups, but we are looking for group consensus. That means that we're not looking at our own individual opinions or agendas, and not meaning that in a bad way, but we all have personal priorities that we're driving forward. When we're in our breakout groups today, we are coming together and coalescing on some ideas that we agree on. So we'll come back to that, but decision-making mode is group consensus. And then when we're going through our areas of focus, we would ask that we're looking at them in terms of being county-wide areas, multi-year in length, just so that we're right-sizing these. If we're looking at things that are too short in duration, then we're not quite hitting that where and what. And we're looking for things that are not agenda-driven. So things that are going to impact the entire community, that are going to be a force for change countywide. This is our last housekeeping thing, and then I promise we're going to get into a strategic planning overview. This is just a bit of a diagram on our discussion flow today. So everything that we talk about informs our future. So we are going to start with our mission and values. That's our strategic purpose over there. We're going to connect with the vision, the North Star, where are we going? All of this feeds into our future priorities and goals. But before we can get to those priorities and goals, we need to talk about our current state by strategic theme. So accomplishments to date, again, we're going through what's working well and what needs improvement, community trends. These two areas, needs improvement and community trends, are where we're going to derive our areas of focus. And to make sure that our areas of focus are getting us to the right spot, we must identify that vision of success by theme. So we're going to flash this slide up again when we get to the breakout groups, but we want you to just have it in your brain, the way that this information comes together, flows throughout the process, and just know that every piece that we discuss is getting us to a different piece, even if it doesn't feel like it at the time. It's all designed to get us to areas of focus and then our priorities and goals, that future milestone roadmap that the chairman was speaking about. Okay, we're going to go through a strategic planning process overview. So talking both about the strategic process generally, and then also the process for Douglas County, because it is really unique, really exciting. I know I keep mentioning that, but we're going to get there. And to start, I want to begin with just the schedule for this particular process. So a few important things to mention here. We are today in the second row, our visioning workshop. We are also going to be gathering opinions via focus groups in the community. So if you are one of those community stakeholders that we're conducting a focus group with, you'll be involved there. We have 2 on-site public meetings that will be happening. I believe one is down here in the valley and the other one is up at the lake. Those are on the 19th of September and October 9th. And then we're also conducting a community survey that will be launched here pretty soon. So you can also provide your inputs that way. So lots of different ways to engage with this process if you're a community member here today. When we get to, once we gather all of that input, we'll get to some on-site workshops with our goal of the plan being complete by early November. Now that will be brought back to the board at that point, and I believe presented for final approval. So more to come on that, but that we're aiming for around November timeframe, knowing that the plan must be completed by the end of 2023. But the things to call out here, and we're going to wrap around to this at the very end of the session, but please mark on your calendars those 2 on-site public meetings on the September 19th and October 9th, and then know that you will be receiving communication shortly about a community survey that you will also likely want to participate in as well. Now, the purpose of gathering all of that input is to get us further along in our planning model. So this is the way that we build strategic plans. I'm just going to talk through this a little bit, and then we'll talk about what's highlighted in red here. So our mission is our reason for being and why. So far, we feel that the mission statement is fairly solid and captures what this organization is charged with. So likely no changes there. But that lays over the top of our entire planning process. Our current state over there on the left, including past performance, a SWOT assessment, community needs and gaps assessment, and strategic issues or questions to address. That's assessing where we are today and what we need to plan for. That's part of the place where we're gaining your input on today, particularly in those community needs and gaps and community trends. That all feeds into an organization strategy. So this section is around our guiding principles. So what is the way in which we will go about approaching this work? What are the answers to some of our big strategic questions? All of that feeds into eventually our 5-year roadmap, which is when you think of a strategic plan, the actual document that you'd be thinking of, which includes our strategic objectives, the 5-year roadmap, key performance indicators, community indicators, strategic initiatives, and quarterly milestones. And all of that allows us to achieve our future state. So our big, bold vision, future outcomes that we'd like to see, health metrics, that would be community health metrics. And so you can see how this process flows. And we always think about that 5-year roadmap being the only piece to the process, but there's so much more around it. And that's what we're all here to work on today. Just quickly discussing the elements of a strategic plan. This is fairly basic. And we're also going to look at what is the particular plan structure for this organization. But we have our mission, core purpose, values, how we behave, vision, what success looks like, what we want to achieve in 3 or more years. In this case, it's closer to the 5-year mark, our strategic objectives, how we're going to measure success, key performance indicators, and I suspect we will probably have a few community indicators as well. Results we're delivering, initiatives, and what must be due milestones. So all of this will help guide the staff at Douglas County to help achieve some of these big directional items that we're going to help develop today. And finally, just to speak about the plan structure for Douglas County. Again, strategic objectives, that's our what overall. Our initiatives, KPIs, and community indicators are the what we're doing this year or within the next handful of years. And then our how level are those major milestones. So if you recall, one of our discussion guidelines is to live in the where and the what today. So we are at the top 2 levels of this plan only. We'll get into the tactical stuff later, but for now we are visioning our in future state. And then just to speak about the process outcomes, we are engaging staff and stakeholders in a revisioning process to develop this plan. Now is a really good time to mention that, similar to the chairman's comments earlier, one of the major driving factors of this strategic planning process and the way that it is laid out and organized is to gather community input. We have heard time and time again from both staff and the board that the community need to have a place in this process, their voices heard. And so engaging those stakeholders and staff is a huge piece of this project. One of our guiding principles when we're designing the entire planning approach. And so really important for this organization. We're going to be establishing a process to capture performance and report on performance, both to the board and the community. So that will come at the end of our plan, but it is there. A plan that honors the county's past, creates a vision for the future, and leaves a legacy for communities served. And I think that also hits back at the chairman's comments about the legacy that you all are leaving for the community. Incredibly important. And we should all feel a little bit honored that we get to sit here today. I know Jay and I do, and get to be part of this process of visioning what the future looks like for Douglas County and what you all will leave behind. So that is another one of our outcomes. And then we want to align the decision-making of the board and the county to achieve a shared vision of success or vision for the future. So those are our outcomes for today or for the entire process. And then we want to do just a quick exercise. This is an individual exercise. Before we get into Jennifer's conversation about the current state. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to move. I don't think I can move our little picture there, but let's talk through this. So I'd like everyone to just take a moment of individual reflection. If you have a pen and paper, feel free to write this down. If you don't, that's okay. But take a moment to look at our strategic themes that are listed around this diagram. These are the strategic themes that we are talking about today. And just take a moment of silent reflection. We're going to do this for about 3 or 4 minutes. What does success look like in the next 5 or more years? And what do we want the community to look like, sound like, feel like in each of these strategic themes? We'll give it maybe one more minute. Okay, thank you for taking those few moments of silent reflection. We are going to wrap back around to this. So if you wrote it down, please keep it in your hip pocket. We're going to want to hear those opinions in the afternoon session. And with that, I will hand it over to Jennifer to present our current state of the county.
So before we go any further, Ms. Mock, if you don't mind, I want to ask the county commissioners if they have any questions so far or observations that they wish to ask before we go any further. And I know I have a question. So Commissioner Hales, it looks like you're reaching for your microphone, so please.
Just simple. KPI.
Key performance indicators. So those will be our metrics that we're looking at.
So I thought maybe I just missed it, but I asked my colleague and he did too. So maybe spell that out a little more often.
Yes, can do.
Yeah, sometimes we tend to see a lot of acronyms, but we don't necessarily have an understanding ourselves. And for the fear of appearing uninformed, we gloss over it, right? But we need to make sure that we understand it as well as the public understands what that. So that's key performance indicators. Is that
Correct.
right? Okay, key performance indicators. Okay, Commissioner Tarkanian, do you have any questions or observations before we move forward? Okay, Commissioner Noah.
Yes, I saw an acronym SWOL. Which one is that?
SWOT. So that is our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats assessment. And thank you both for bringing those two up. We will try to stay away from those pesky TLAs, the three-letter acronyms. But our SWOT assessment is a way in which we assess our current state. We will probably be doing some SWOT assessments in the future sessions to assess what's working well today, challenges that we might be facing, threats or trends, and opportunities for the future.
Right.
My question was already asked and answered. Thank you.
So I needed to go back one slide if you don't mind before we go. I'm very interested in that bullet point number 2. Establish and adopt an organizational process for capturing, sharing, and reporting on performance of the plan, as well as a process for annual refresh of the plan. So once again, I have to go back to that thought process, is that when I reviewed the current strategic plan, I noticed that a lot of the things that were identified in 2016, 2017, when that previous plan was done, had been accomplished. But the question was that by design, or was it by happenstance? Was that a guiding roadmap, or was it just happened to happen? Was that a document that was written in 2016, 2017 with the recognition that a lot of those items were on the burner and were going to be accomplished anyway? So they set the bars pretty low for accomplishment. So that's my observations. But in regards to, and I think it's important that we do this annual refresh of the plan, because rather than waiting for 5 years to identify those things that we're accomplishing, having an understanding on a regular basis, on a more routine basis than every 5 years, is important, because this board potentially changes every 2 years with one member or more. With that, and so in your mind, the question I have is that annual refresh, is that something that would be identified and brought forward as through the annual review process of our county manager? Or would it be something that the board reviews as it reorganizes each year? What is your thought process and what has been your experience in that regard of that annual refresh? Because that way we can clearly say we've done this or we need to put more work into this.
That's an excellent question. Thank you. So when it comes to annual refreshes, we would advocate, and the way that we typically set up what we call performance management processes, which is the way in which we implement and manage the plan moving forward. We would advocate that that plan refresh happens before the budgeting process every year and is disassociated and not tied to any performance of county staff or management. So when we build plans going in knowing that this might be tied to performance, we tend to build a different output. So we like to keep performance of employees and the strategic plan separate. It usually allows us to be a little bit more visionary and bold in our strategic planning processes. So we would recommend that that plan refresh happens, yes, annually. I'm not positive the timing of the board turnovers. If it sounds like that's every 2 years.
Well, we have elections every 2 years.
Every 2 years.
Of 2 or more members of this board. And we have an election year coming up in 2024. So, but I think the identification of because so much of what we're going to try to put before us and the motion or the movement that we're going to attempt to identify for our community is still going to be restrictive on the finances available to do that. So I think it's a good idea to perhaps take a look at it in advance of the budgeting process. So that was a good recommendation. Yeah. Does our county manager agree with that? Yeah. Okay. I thought so. And now I see that we may have raised other questions for commissioners. So Commissioner Rice and then Commissioner Hales.
Thank you. I remember several years ago, before I made the mistake of running for office, I'd sat out there and we had maps on the table and we drew circles and what we wanted to see happen where. And I don't recall seeing any updates since we did that exercise. So my question is, are we going to do that again where we sit here and we put hours and hours into what we would like to see, what we hope to see, what has already transpired? Or are we going to go through this exercise and then go home, have another cup of coffee and it be done? So I like putting my energies into something that is going to make a difference. Is this going to make a difference?
I can say if we do this right, it will absolutely make a difference. And we'll be able to tell that through establishing some community indicators for really big, important metrics that indicate the health and the success of our community. And I'm going to use the royal we today, so just a fair warning. But we'll be able to tell by seeing some of the movement in these community indicators that we establish. And so I really look forward to hearing your opinions and thoughts and presenting you with the final outcome that you're happy with.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hales?
I would like to see in our board meetings, when we are working through agenda items, brief reference to how this ties in to the vision of what we create in this process. Because our work every month, every other week, should be tied in to the focus of what we want to have done. And if we deliberately refer back and tie in, then we'll understand why we're doing what we're doing and it will focus. So I think that would be one way we could use it.
Good observation. Any other comments, questions, concerns by the other commissioners? If not, then we'll proceed with what we indicated before and we'll get a state of the county update, right? Is that where we're going? Okay.
Members of the commission and the community, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. It is my pleasure to go over briefly with you today the current state of Douglas County. Some of this information may be new to you. Some of you who have been tracking our progress on the strategic plan for years, this will not come as a surprise. Some of it's some repeat information from our budget planning session that we did earlier in the year in March, April, and May timeframe, which was information presented to you as part of our budget process. But I think it's important for us to have a little bit of context for our conversation today, understanding where we're at before we discuss where we want to be. So with that, we'll go on to a brief discussion about our demographics of our community. These numbers are coming to us from the 2020 census. And so they're probably a little bit light, but on the next slide, you will see that we have, according to the 2020 census, approximately 49,400 residents in our community. I have heard that number has since gone up. Over 50,000 residents is what we're tracking currently. As a community, we have seen approximately 5.3% growth since 2010, with an average of 0.5% per year. That is well under the state average of 15% in the same time period. The individuals making up our community, we do have a large percentage of individuals who are older than 65, with 26.4% compared to the national average of 15.2%. We have retired or retiring soon individuals of 38% approximately, with a national average of approximately 22. And then our school age population is declining in this county. I'm sure we all know that. With now it's at 19.4% it has declined 19.4% over the last 12 years. Now let's talk briefly about our organization by the numbers. And again, these slides were prepared by our CFO, Terry Willoughby, as part of the budget presentation. So for some individuals in the audience, this may look familiar, but it may also serve as a reminder. So as an organization, we have approximately 23 departments, and we oversee 39 funds. We have 152 divisions and about 1,300 expenditure accounts. 850 of those are revenue accounts. And then team members, as part of the adopted budget, we are around 590 employees in this organization. At the time the budget was adopted, and we did look at adding 9 positions as part of the budget process. The assessed values of properties in Douglas County continue to rise. That is good news for us in the sense that when we look at tax revenue and the availability of resources for this organization, it's a good thing, but we need to remain cautiously optimistic. We all know the state of the economy and how quickly things can turn on us. So that's things we're going to want to keep in mind. We have experienced downturns in the economy before, which have had a significant impact on this organization and our ability to provide services to the residents. So as we're being super ambitious and looking at and thinking about what our vision might be, we might want to keep some of our revenue sources in mind. If the board is interested in exploring conversations around resources, once we adopt the strategic plan, that would be a wonderful discussion for us to have as a budget kickoff conversation with our CFO at that time. Just a reminder of our revenue sources for the county. In addition to property taxes, we have a variety of fees for service. We have consolidated tax that we receive. Again, all of these slides have been shared by Ms. Willoughby. I just think the context of the budget is good for us to keep in mind. We have overall approximately $133 million budget. Our general fund, which primarily represents tax revenue, property tax revenue, is around 60 million approximately of that. And then our expenditures are slightly higher, and that is On purpose, we have intentionally spent down some of our reserves as part of the budget process. We have been saving up for capital expenditures and other things. So it would make sense that our expenditures this budget cycle exceed our revenues. But again, just to give you a little bit of context, approximately 43% of our total budget is in salaries and benefits. And then you can see the other major categories in which we spend our dollars on. This is just a picture of our tax revenue. And this is property, room, and construction taxes over time. And you can note it is increasing, but again, it's something we're going to want to pay close attention to as we plan how we're going to allocate our resources. And projecting expenses and revenues are important considerations for future conversations. All right. Now we get to the fun part. Let's talk about some major accomplishments from the current strategic plan. Under the category of financial stability, I would tell you, from my perspective at least, I don't know if the board would agree with me, that certainly the progress that has been made in this initiative has 100% been intentional and part of the design and the plan. And that is thanks in no small part to the leadership of the county commission and to also the leadership of our CFO, Terry Willoughby, who's in the audience today. Just a couple of highlights of what we have accomplished under this category. We have conducted multiple space need assessments for county facilities and identified plans for improving those facilities. And we have also acquired land for a county campus, and our judicial building project is underway. We, in partnership with our CFO, have developed strategies to address the long-term financial stability of the organization by passing a large number of policies. We have revised significantly our financial policies, our general fund balance, our budget policy, our procurement and purchasing policy, our budget transfer and augmentation policy. All real good work, all pointing back to, again, our CFO's expertise and the leadership of this board. Also, with the leadership of this board, we have created an extraordinary maintenance fund and an economic stabilization fund, which puts us in a better financial position to mitigate some of the impacts when we see potentially some disaster situations, like we had flooding events. If we had issues with any of our buildings, we have the ability to make expensive repairs to elevators. We've had a recent issue with our elevator where we had to dip into some of these reserve accounts. So thank you again for your leadership on these important issues. Also, with the leadership of our CFO, we have conducted fraud prevention and internal controls trainings for department heads and multiple phases of the supervisory management program. And we thank Terry for her leadership on that. Those have been really good conversations with our staff members so that they understand their role in promoting internal controls within their departments, but also their role in fraud prevention. We have updated ethics training for all employees and or nearly all employees, but the ethics training is updated and has been a resounding success. And we have completed multiple operation audits and internal audit work plans, and that important work continues and remains a high priority for this county commission. All right, moving on to our next category. Under the category of infrastructure, some important highlights. We have secured funding and selected a consultant to develop a county-wide stormwater master plan. We anticipate that will be completed in March of 2024. We've developed a multi-year equitable water rate structure for the water systems throughout the county and consolidated them all into one division of one utility. We worked to expand broadband availability throughout the county and created a broadband action team, all again under the leadership of the county commission with the help of staff. We have reviewed some broadband projects, done some speed tests, collected stakeholder data. We've allocated $500,000 in ARPA fund for broadband, and we've installed conduit along the Martin Slough Trail to advance broadband purposes. Under the category of natural resources, major accomplishments for this strategic theme is we have updated the Douglas County Master Plan. That update happened in 2020, and we have another update coming just around the corner. Stay tuned for that. We are currently undergoing an arts and culture plan project and seeking public input on an arts and culture plan for our community. And we're currently also in the process of updating the Douglas County Trails Plan. Since about 2010, we have added over 80 miles of trails in the community, which is pretty exciting. All right, moving on to our next category, we have economic vitality. Some major accomplishments from the strategic plan are we completed the Martin Slough Trail and we added approximately 1.68 miles of a 10-foot wide paved pathway. That's a pretty exciting asset for our community to have. I encourage those who haven't walked it to do so. We have, we're in the process of evaluating the development review process. I would say that that process is ongoing always, and thanks in no small part to the leadership of Mr. Tom Dallaire and his team in community development, and also the direction of the county commission on this important issue. We continue to look at our permitting software and evaluate whether or not it needs to remain in place or if there's other options that would make sense for our community. We've conducted customer service surveys for our community development department and are understanding better our impacts on the users of those services. We've conducted a fee study to make sure our fees are where they need to be. And we're in the process of reviewing Title 20. We're not nearly complete on that, but we've started, and that's going to be some really important work for us to continue moving forward. We've also reevaluated the redevelopment program. I won't get into that, but we've made some changes accordingly to redevelopment area RDA 1 and RDA 2 up at the lake. We developed a design for the Upper Kingsbury Toll Road Pony Express Trail, and we have a conceptual plan for that. Now we just got to identify some funding. We've updated significantly, spent a lot of time talking about VHRs and made significant changes to the program in which we expanded the administration, added team members to the enforcement division, and got that program in a much better spot. We definitely still have some work to do, but significant strides made in VHRs. And then the event center is set to be opening in September. That was a important objective identified in the last strategic plan. Under the category of safe community, we created an internal division of emergency management. Kara is in the audience. Welcome, Kara. We're really excited to see you on board. She's our new emergency manager. She's in the process of hiring some support staff team members, and I know she's super excited to talk to you about creating a more resilient and prepared community. So that'll be a fun conversation. And then we have also updated our hazard mitigation plan in 2019. And believe it or not, we need to do that again. So expect that'll be some important work that Kara is going to be undertaking in the near future. We've enhanced our public warning systems and notification programs and increased participation overall in those programs. You're going to be getting some updates from our community relations team with the leadership of Melissa Elgis and Under Sheriff Elgis. They're going to be talking to you in the near future about one of those public warning systems and the wonderful work they've done there. As a result of that work, we can say that our community is going to be getting better quality public information at critical times when they need it most. We've implemented state mandated body worn cameras, again, thanks to the leadership of the sheriff's office and the commitment of this board. And we have expanded that program to include alternative sentencing now, thanks to the board's actions in the last budget cycle. All right, and under our last category of organizational sustainability, we have designed a competitive compensation plan. Again, thank you to the leadership of this board, where we have increased employee compensation by 11% in the last budget cycle to reflect market conditions and to address issues with employee recruitment and retention, which continue to be an issue for this organization. We are also currently undergoing a full compensation and classification study, and I think my thanks goes to the leadership of all the departments in the room, but especially to Human Resources. Wendy Lang is in the audience, and she'd be happy to talk to you more about that today. Thank you again for the board's support and leadership on this matter. We've aligned performance standards and strategic priorities of the values of this organization through our evaluation cycle. We've launched the Douglas County Supervisory Management Program in partnership with the University of Nevada, Reno. And we've conducted an organization risk assessment, thanks again to the leadership of our CFO and the county commission on this issue, and made significant progress to address findings and implement the recommendations from that risk assessment. And with that, that's all I have to report. It's a lot. We've done a lot of really good things, and I just thank everyone in this room for making it happen. And again, to the county commission, we could not do it without you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davidson. I did notice members of the public were taking pictures of this presentation. Is this presentation available to the public via, did we publish this, or what's the process for the members of the public to get a copy of this?
So this presentation and these materials that are being displayed will be part of the supplemental materials packet that will be posted today.
Okay, because I know that I'd like to have a copy as well. So, and I know that obviously members who were taking pictures obviously were desirous of having that as well. So anyways, and I think, in recognizing this, as I indicated, members of the public, as they look through the strategic plan, as I did, would identify a lot of accomplishments. And I'm pleased that the commission acted upon those. But I think what Commissioner Hale said earlier in regards to when we do something, basically trying to identify where that fits in the strategic plan or even the master plan, it's a good idea, so that we understand we're actually following our plan. We're planning your work and working your plan, as I think is the common terms. So thank you very much. And what time do we have? We have 1:03, and so and you had another 12 minutes. But I think that was only because we planned on more public comment at the beginning, right? So,
Correct.
anyways, okay. So good, we're on time. That's good. Okay, so at this time then, according to the agenda that Ms. Mock presented, the strategic, does any, before we go any further, does anybody have any questions, comments, concerns to address our county manager on this presentation? Commissioners? No? Okay, I'm seeing shaking heads. No. Okay, very good then. So we'll go to the next item then, strategic foundation and direction, which is the mission and vision and values statements, right?
Okay, correct. And I would just ask, we are breaking for lunch at 12. Do we need to take a quick 5 or 10 minute break right now? We're feeling okay. Yeah.
I appreciate you asking and making that observation. Yes, let's, I have 11:04. Why don't we return at 11:15? Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, very good. Which is going to put us right back on the plan that we said. So let's take a break. Thank you. You know, that's the first time I've used this as a commissioner, and it seems to work in a room like this, right? So, yeah, yeah. Okay. Well, okay, it looks like everybody found the water. So it's 11:15, so we'll return into session. And the next part is and it looks like we're missing Miss Mock right now. Oh, okay, okay. So we'll give her a few minutes or an extra time to come back. Yeah. There we go. And so we're back in session, and the next item on the agenda is strategic foundation and direction to include the mission statement, the vision statement, and the values. And I don't know if others of the public have a copy of the strategic plan, but anyways, those are listed on the first page. So, Ms. Mock, Mr. Steerley, you're on.
Fantastic. Thank you. Yes, my name is Jay Sturley with On Strategy. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning. And thank you, County Manager, for the overview of the progress that has been made. It is fantastic when you take a past plan and you hold it up and say, what has been done? That's fantastic. So great work there. It's oftentimes in these meetings, we're looking at what are the problems? What are the issues? But to take a moment and celebrate the positive work that's been done is always a great opportunity. So this next section this morning, we're going to talk about the pillars, or what the prior plan calls the North Star. What are the guiding principles of where we're headed, how we do it, and how we behave? And so I want to begin with the vision, and I'm going to read through these. And I also want to point out that on I believe this would be the east wall, there is a white Post-it that has vision on it. And at any time today, if there's something that you might like to see updated about the vision or an idea for it, feel free to write it on there. We're going to capture your input there throughout the day. There seemed to be some appetite by the commissioners to potentially update this a touch. But again, today we are visioning and not necessarily making decisions on that, but would invite you to use that. Similarly to the vision white paper over there next to it, there's something called the parking lot, okay? And so as we go through the agenda today, especially this afternoon, if there is an issue or an item that relates to this strategic plan that you think needs to be addressed and you just haven't seen it or heard it, please write that there on that parking lot whiteboard. So vision, our North Star, currently from the prior plan states, we are a community to match the scenery. Makes me smile because it is one of the most beautiful places on the planet, is my experience. And so underneath vision, there are bullet points. First one, providing for the maintenance and infrastructure necessary to meet current and future service levels. Number two, valuing our employees and work to develop a workforce that serves and is valued by county citizens. I've certainly felt that, and this morning through the remarks and the values of the commissioners. That's great to hear and see. Number three, ensuring financial stability that allows for sustainable planning and maintenance of the county's resources. Number four, partnering to ensure the county's economic vitality, committing to the protection and safety of its citizens through professional public safety and emergency services. And lastly, preserve the county's natural resources, cultural heritage, and other assets to create the ideal destination for residents and visitors alike, while ensuring orderly and sustainable development of the community. So that is how the vision reads today. Again, if you have comments or things you may like to see, please write that on the board that I referred to just a moment ago. Next, I'd like to speak about mission. These are our core purpose and reason for being. And the sentiment of the the Board of Commissioners, there was a consensus that, yes, this is strong. And to reiterate it, and it reads, working together with integrity and accountability. The Douglas County team is dedicated to providing essential and cost-effective public services, fostering a safe, healthy, scenic, and vibrant community for the enjoyment of our residents and visitors. This next piece of the strategic foundation are in regards to values. And we do want to slow down here a bit and discuss these. So we have an exercise to do. Before we do that exercise, let me just read out what we have today, our core values and how we will behave. These are essential before we make plans, before we lead into making decisions, what's best for this county long-term. These values really dictate. These are I like to say, the rules of the sandbox. My little girl, she's a 12-year-old. She still likes a sandbox from time to time. But these are rules of the sandbox for us as we move forward. And like I said, we're going to have an exercise here in a moment. But they are currently integrity. We will demonstrate honest and ethical conduct through our actions. Accountability. We accept responsibility for our actions. Number 3, customer service. We deliver efficient and effective service with an attitude of respect and fairness. Leadership. We establish the tone and direction for success, motivating and inspiring others to accomplish a shared vision. Communication. We ensure open dialogue through proactive listening and sharing of information throughout the organization and the community. Lastly, teamwork. We work together to achieve shared goals. So we want to ask the question and pose the question, what does it look like when we're living out these values? You know, how do these play out? And so this next part, we're going to do some group work now at your tables. You'll find some yellow sticky pads and a note. And commissioners, we would invite you to either work on this as a group or come on out and participate at the different tables. However you'd like to do that, Mr. Chairman, direct that is fine with us. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to sort into 6 groups. Okay, since we have a full room, we're just going to stay at our tables since we don't have a full room. And here's what we're going to do. For each value listed, and we'll put these back up on the board. For each value listed, answer the following. One behavior or one value that says, when we are walking in integrity, for instance, for example, when we're walking in integrity, the behavior that we see when living this value are. Okay, so we'd encourage each table to nominate a scribe, somebody to take notes. And we're going to give ourselves about a half an hour here to work on this.
Okay, so that's what we're gonna do that currently.
Yes.
Okay, because I think when we chatted yesterday, we weren't sure whether we were going to break into public comment at this time or what take the
Right.
guide of what you're suggesting. So once again, folks, before we get too active here, I want to make sure that we all understand exactly what we're doing. Okay, so Mr. Steerley, could you please remind the audience
Yes.
of exactly what we're going to try to accomplish in this next half hour?
Absolutely.
And then what is the plan after the half hour is over? What would we come back and do that, or would we break for lunch and come back and do that?
The reporting of these?
Yes.
Okay, I'll report on that. We'll do it before lunch.
Before lunch.
Absolutely.
Okay, very good. Okay.
Absolutely.
So we're going to do that. Okay.
Yep.
So once again, listen to what Mr. Steerley has to say about this. And then we'll go forward for the next half hour. Okay, very good.
Fantastic. So again, we're working on our strategic foundation before we can build the plan.
Hey, folks, hang on. Before we start, I want to make sure that it's clear what we're doing here. Okay, so Mr. Steerley is going to articulate those directions again, and then you can go to work. Okay.
Fantastic. So the values that we're going to put up on the board, these are how we play in the sandbox. These guide our work and how we work together. And so these are vital as we move into the planning parts of the overall work we're going to do. So we would ask that for each one of the core values, you speak as a group and discuss, what does it look like when we're living these out? What do our behaviors look like? What does it feel like? Okay. And one person at your table is going to take notes. And then when we conclude after about a half an hour, we're going to report back on those values. And perhaps there might be a value that you might say, hey, maybe we should add this value. Maybe we're missing something. Maybe we would like to highlight an element of this value. We would love that feedback as well.
Okay. Do we have those 6 values that we can put up on the, so they can actually see
Yes.
what they're doing? Okay.
And if you write them on the yellow sticky notes, you can see not only are the values on the screen, but over on this east wall, you see integrity, customer service, communication. And when you're done completing your value list, you can take your sticky notes. We have tape if you don't have sticks. We'll give you more. And you can stick them right up there on the board. All right?
Okay. And what do you want the commissioners to do during this half-hour period? We're going to split up, guys. Go to a table, and if a commissioner is already sitting there, go to another table. Okay, very good. And we'll see you back in about a half hour. folks. 2-minute warning to wrap it up. Thank you. Okay, I think we're ready to bring it back. And so if the commissioners would resume their positions, I guess, and our county manager. Then we're going to turn it over to Mr. Steerley over there, and he's going to go through each of those 6 building blocks plus the wild card area. So, okay, so anyways, I'm trying to wrap it. I thought it was quiet, folks, please. Okay, oops, there's the drill sergeant talking. Okay. Mr. Steerley, you're on, okay? And as soon as this particular area is finished, then we're going to go into a 1-hour break for lunch. Okay? So Mr. Steerley.
Fantastic. Great work. It was excellent to see all the collaboration happening, and just some high level themes. I want to go through each of the categories. But some of the themes I see coming out, things like unity, discussion, listening, like as a community, you're already doing some of this. So it's instilled in you. It's not something we have to like aim for. You know how to do this. You're demonstrating it, and you're already living out the values of the county. So that's fantastic to see as we lean into these. But integrity, you can see I circled some, yeah, come on up. You still have things, circled some items, but integrity, just to give a few of your neighbor's work. Integrity is doing the right thing. It is respecting everyone's differences. And this word respect keeps coming up all over the place. And it was even listed over here as a wild card, which just means, is there anything we might want to highlight or add to? That's what these are. So doing the right thing, honesty, doing what's right, treating everyone with kindness and respect. There's that word again. It just keeps coming up on every board, this idea of respect. That's really jumping out. So integrity, holding each other, ourselves accountable, which gets us over here to accountability. Here, a common theme was following through on what we say needs to happen. Again, taking responsibility with our actions and our inactions, doing what's right versus what is popular, responsiveness, accountability, there's a timeliness issues to it, owning mistakes, so getting the job done right, follow through, accountability. Part of the strategic plan overall, when we get to these KPIs or the initiatives, the key initiatives, they will have somebody to own those and a date to get them done by. So part of the strategic plan is built into this accountability. It goes right along with your values as a county. Customer service, listening, being friendly, approachable, again, showing respect, taking the extra step, timeliness of response, all great highlights there. Leadership, being a good example, empowering people, thought that was interesting. You're empowering others, you're communicating with others, making expectations clear, where we're headed, what we're doing, what are the expectations. And then everybody should be engaged and owning their parts. So that's leadership. Communication, I heard some pretty, a lot of discussion about communications. It was even some not sentiment, just comments by the commissioners just about this whole idea of communication. How can we just maximize this, right? To help for the good of the county. So there was a consistent theme here about there's communication verbally, but also non-verbally. That's part of our communication as a county and responsibility to be good listeners, getting feedback, open door policy, educating people on what the matters. Part of communication is educating. Might just be people don't understand what the complex issue or item is. It's education. That's part of communication there. Sharing information, teamwork, share county's overall goals, allowing for input. Teamwork demands trust, I see here. And I like this one, having fun. And if nobody's having fun today, we're going to start all over from the beginning, all right? I just want to make that clear. So is everybody having fun? All right, good. That's what I wanted to hear. So that's teamwork. And so those are the 6 values currently. This last poster here again called Wild Card is what might we want to see or add or beef up, so to speak. And here's that word respect. The word respect keeps coming through here. So respect, we have visionary, innovative, positivity, professional presentation, personal growth. Oh, learning. So learning, a value of learning that we're growing as individuals and together, transparency and unity. So I would encourage you all as we break for lunch, Cam's going to set up the afternoon for us, but I'd encourage you, maybe even come take a picture of this, just come visit. I mean, these are what your neighbors are saying, what's important, and it helps guide us in this process. Before I hand it over, again, this is the parking lot. Meaning anytime today, if there's an issue, if there's a topic, if there's a strategic, again, we're talking high level strategy here. Come, and we already have one, and just put them up here. We're going to be gathering your input. And then lastly, for the vision, if you have thoughts about what you'd like to see or how might update our vision statement, which I read earlier, that's where they go. Make sense? Okay, Cam, it's all you. Good work on that. Really good work.
Yes, thank you all for participating in the values exercise and really the entire morning session, bearing with us while we had to get through some of that really important material just to get us set up and make sure that we're in the right mindset for thinking about what's to come in this afternoon session. So we're going to be talking about the strategic direction. This is really where the rubber meets the road for today. You have probably noticed all of our stations and stickies set up all over the room. In our afternoon session, we'll be reviewing some of the high-level strategic questions to address, which we gathered from interviews with each of the commissioners. We'll be talking about priorities and our vision for each of these 6 focus areas. So we'll be bringing back that moment of quiet reflection that you did earlier to share out with the group as well. So please stick around for the afternoon. We're going to break for a lunch now. I would turn it over to the chairman to kick us off that way, but we look forward to seeing you in the afternoon session.
Thank you for your work so far. And once again, we appreciate all of the participation of the folks that are visiting with us today. It's critically important that we have that. So my computer is showing me 12:04. So why don't we take an hour and 8-minute break, 9-minute break, 11-minute break, and come back at 1:15. Is that good for everybody? Because we have a large group of people that needs to get out and get lunch. So 1:15 we'll return. Thank you. You're now in recess.
Testing, 1, 2.
Wow, that really works effectively. So anyways, a couple of housekeeping items before we get into our afternoon session. I have been notified by a member of the public that perhaps I'm speaking too close to the microphone. How is this, Barbara? Is this working better? Not as fuzzy. I need to step back a little bit more. How does this work? Maybe it's the acoustics in this room. No comment. Okay. Okay, so anyways, if you're having difficulty hearing me, although I'm only going to be speaking here for another couple of minutes, and then we're going to go into other sessions, and we're going to break out into other sessions. So you're only going to have to listen to me for a couple more minutes anyways. The second housekeeping item that I wanted to address was County Manager Jennifer Davidson's presentation. I think we indicated that that would be available online this afternoon or so. But is that right, Ms. Bergens? So by law, it's required to be online within 24 hours. And so we expect it to be online, available to the public within 24 hours. That could happen within an hour. It could happen tonight, tomorrow morning, or 24 hours from about 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock this morning. Is that right?
A.J.
that right?
Bergens, Douglas County Clerk Treasurer. Just for clarification, we don't one-off post things, so we have to wait until the meeting is completely final and we compile all the supplemental and post it as one packet. So more than likely, it will be before noon tomorrow, but law allows us 24 hours to get it posted.
Very good. Thank you for that clarification. I think that's important for the public to understand so that they don't get frustrated as they keep going online looking for those the minutes and this. So thank you for that clarification. So at this time, we're back in session, and the next item on the agenda was the intro to strategic themes and a deep dive into the breakout groups. And we're going to break out. So I'll let Mr. Steerley, you wanted to articulate that, or Miss Miss Mock.
I answer to anything.
And I'm not trying to mock you. Okay. Okay. Ooh, okay. I'll probably hear from the public on that one too. So anyways, yeah, anyways, Ms. Mock, you may proceed.
Excellent. Thank you. And thank you all for coming back for this afternoon session. As we mentioned, this is really where rubber meets the road. We're going to be up and moving around to these different areas. So if you have not, or if you're feeling a little bit sleepy, maybe grab some of the sugar that's on your table and get yourself ready for these discussions. So we are coming back to the strategic framework. So as you recall, at the beginning of our session, we had you all do some quiet reflection on what success will look like, or what we want these areas to look like by 2030. We're coming back to that conversation via some breakout groups. So I want to first mention that on your tables, you have a one-pager that's got listed each of the themes, some strategic questions to address, and some board priorities. We are using this as a reference document. I hope that there's enough for everyone at the tables. I believe we printed 50, so you might have to share with your neighbor. But this document is intended to help guide your conversations when we go into these breakout groups by theme. These are some things to think about in each of these sections. For example, in economic vitality, appropriate housing options or appropriate mix of housing options might be a topic that you discuss when you're in that group. So use this, it will help guide your conversations. What we are doing in those breakout groups is, so first, just how they will actually function. You are all going to start at one breakout group, one strategic theme. You will get to work on every single strategic theme, so you'll get to hit all 6. So don't feel like going to the first one, you won't get to talk about any other ones. Just go to whichever is speaking to you first. At that breakout group, you will have a member or multiple members of the Douglas County staff there to help guide your conversation. They're also going to act as your scribes for the conversation. So if you have questions about any of the materials you're discussing in that breakout group, please use them as a reference. In your breakout groups, the answers or the questions that you are answering and the posters follow this layout as well, but you're starting on the working well and needs improvement posters. So that's assessing our current state. How are things going today? What do we need to continue doing? What do we need to get better at? That will move you into community trends. And community trends, we will go back and validate these with data after this session, but we're really looking for your input on things that you're seeing in the community or hearing or feeling. So our community trends, we're going to identify those that are working for us and against us. That's your second poster. You have a T-chart there to identify working for and against. You'll then move to your third poster. That is the by 2030, what does it look like, feel like, sound like in this area of focus? You can also think of that in terms of completing the STEM completion of success looks like. And then the final poster that you'll go to, and I'm going to flash up that thinking model we had before, but we would like for your group to identify what are the top 5 focus areas. And what that means, our areas of focus, if we're trying to right size how big these need to be, again, they need to be countywide, multi-year, and not agenda driven. And what that means is, if you recall our discussion guidelines, which are over there on the easel, our decision-making mode is group consensus. So when you're in your breakout groups, we are going to find 5 things that the group agrees, or the majority of the group agrees, are the 5 most important focus areas. So really, for all of these posters, less is more. In terms of, we don't need to put every single thought on the board. We want to find those thoughts that are coalescing in the group that we all agree on to post on our posters. So our first round will be 20 to 30 minutes. And then following that first round, we're going to move through the other 5 posters. Those rounds will be about 20 minutes. So if you're thinking in terms of kind of chunking out your time in these groups, you want to spend about 5 minutes on each of these posters, all 4 of them. Another thing to mention, when you move to your 2nd through 5th or through 6th breakout groups, there will already be content on the board from the groups preceding you. If your group agrees with something that's already listed on the board, you can just add a +1 or a check mark or a tally mark on that sticky note to indicate that multiple groups are agreeing with a thought that's already posted. Again, your group leaders, the lovely Douglas County staff, will be there to help guide this conversation. Jay and I will be walking around, so if you get stuck, we can come through and give you all a hand. When we get to the end of these 6 rotations for our breakout groups, we'll probably take about a 15-minute break. During that time, we're going to synthesize what are the top 5 areas of focus in themes from the input from all of the groups, and report that out at the end of the day. So that's where we're going to end up leaving it. And then, of course, we'll do public comment, but that's the overview of what the rest of the day looks like. As far as instructions, we're going to leave these slides up so that you have the questions here on the board if you're lost moving through these posters. Your Douglas County staff that are at each of the poster groupings have sticky notes and Sharpies so they can capture your ideas for you. Of course, we're not trying to restrict the power of the pen. So if anybody does have another idea to add, please do that. But again, we are looking for group consensus. That's one of our highlights here. I would mention again that we do have a parking lot and a vision board. So as you're going through your groups, if you find that you're discussing a topic that is outside the purview of that theme, for example, infrastructure, if we find that we're discussing something completely outside of infrastructure, please do add it to the parking lot. Those are for us to capture ideas to go back to at another point in time. And then the same thing with the vision board. If you all are talking, maybe during your 2030 vision exercise in each of your groups, if you have something that feels like it's bigger than just the theme you're working on, you might choose to add that to our vision poster as well. And then I would just mention as well before we break for these breakout groups, if you were not here for the morning session or if you'd like a refresher, the values posters are posted in the hallway. So please go take a look at those if you're interested. And with that, 5 minutes ahead of schedule, I hope that I didn't move too fast through those instructions. We are going to break into our breakout groups. So our 6 stations are posted around the room. Natural resources is in that top corner. Infrastructure follows it. By organizational sustainability is over there in the back. In the very back of the room, we have economic vitality and financial sustainability. And then over on the right side, we have safe community. So please, at this time, stand up, go find whichever group.
What I'm going to suggest, hold on, folks, hold on,
Oh,
hold
wait,
on. What I'm going to
just a minute.
suggest is that County Manager Jennifer Davidson identify the 6 leaders, okay, and give them a moment to move to their appropriate areas. So
Excellent idea.
you want to do that? Okay. So I don't think everybody heard me. Okay, hang on. Our county manager is going to identify our 6 staff members who are going to facilitate these 6 areas. So with that, Ms. Davidson, would you please do that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission and audience members. To my right and the left of this space under natural resources, we have Brooke 80, who will be assisting with that. Then under infrastructure, we have Tom Dallaire. And then under, I think that's organizational sustainability is next. We have Wendy Lang, our director of HR. In the very back under economic vitality, we have Melissa Elgis, and I'll probably be joining back there too, although I may circulate. Far back of the room, Kara Easton is doing safe community with the sheriff's office. There'll be sheriff's office individual there. And then under financial sustainability, we have our CFO, Terry Willoughby. And that's it.
Now you may move.
Thank you. And let's try to get some even groups. So let's not be lopsided in our numbers, please.
Okay, it's 4:00. It's 4:00. We want to bring this back into order and then, thank you. It's 4:00, so we'll resume. The next item on the agenda is strategic theme report out. Is that correct, Mr. Steerley?
Exactly.
And we're going to do that, and then we'll have a wrap up and short next steps, and then we'll finish with public comment and get out of here for the day. So,
Thank you.
Mr. Steerley.
Yeah, thank you everybody for your great work. It was a lot of time. Heard many great themes and areas of focus that are going to help us build this plan. So kudos to you all working so hard. I'm just going to go around quickly. You've all had a chance to look at these different pages, but in case new ideas have been added, we want to report back to you some of these areas of focus. So in regards to natural resources, culture, and quality of living, there was a arts and culture, an idea that it should be its own theme. Like that's a big opportunity, arts and culture. Quality of living, somebody suggested that maybe that's its own separate and strategic theme, to not be lumped in all these groups. I saw this in some other places that maybe those themes need to be updated. Community health and wellness, protect water as a natural resource, and then easements was a priority that was named here, area of focus. When it comes to infrastructure, I love this term workforce housing instead of affordable housing. You guys hear that? So workforce housing really stood out. Transportation bypass, assisted living, I saw that a few places. Public transportation and interconnectivity, not just valley and lake, but lake to valley, surrounding counties, etc. So a lot to do there. Improve road maintenance. So those are some focus areas there for infrastructure. Thank you for everyone who put up parking lot items and vision as well. When we come to the organizational sustainability, public trust and support, to boost that by 2030 vision, employee career progression, and there was a great discussion about connecting students. What can they do today that to participate, actually contribute, develop their skills? Maybe it's a work study program. And then a large one was no silos between county departments. In 2030, area focus, that it's one Douglas County, not we're this department, we're that department. So that was an area of focus talking about that. And then of course, taking care of staff was, pay, benefits, development, all of that was on area of focus. Next, we have economic vitality. And tourism, obviously is a big element to address, an area to focus on. Public transportation, again, well-informed, engaged community. This was a big theme today. I heard from table to table this idea of communication. And so that's a top area of focus, not just here with economic viability, but going into this plan. Infrastructure, transit, industry, geographic locations, what sort of businesses are going where. And zoning was a big topic with economic viability. Art, the 395 corridor, making this a walkable, welcoming place throughout was another area of focus. We have community trends. Where are we at? Financial stability, there we are. And update of the website, development impact fees, analysis of the different payment, credit card and online deals, but also over here, some things that were highlighted within needs improvement, a long-term financial plan, area of focus. So not only are we making the budget, we have a 5-year roadmap, but long-term, 20 year, there you go, you heard it. So long-term finance plan, fantastic. Identify where funds are coming from, really get a little bit more granular on that. Stormwater funding and road district. Good work there. Thank you. Last one, we have the safe community, fire evacuation plans, engagement with community groups, school safety, behavioral health, judicial center, right? No, that's, you all been working hard on that. Enhanced community preparedness. So there we have it. Really good work. We've already taken pictures of all these. We're going to be pulling them all together, digesting it, and using your work. So thank you so much. Cam?
Thank you. Before we go into our closing and next steps, letting you all know what is next on our project schedule, but also where all of this information is going, I would just ask, would we like to take commissioner comments at this moment, or do we want to wait?
So we're still under item number 1. So we could entertain comments by the commissioners at this time. And then this doesn't require action today. So there will be no action taken. And then after that, we'll identify the next steps, and then we can go to closing public comment. So,
Perfect.
okay. So commissioners, is there anything that you wanted to share regarding your experiences today?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Rice.
I thought it was a great exercise in listening. Lots of good ideas came from the community. We were able to answer some questions for folks that wanted some clarification, but I thought it was a very good exercise and a very good way to learn a few things.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Noasad?
Yes, this has been quite a learning experience for me. I did a lot of listening. A couple of tables I probably talked too much, but it was a good experience, and thank you very much.
Commissioner Hales?
I just want to say thank you to everyone who came. Jay, Cameron, staff. Great. I loved it.
Yes, I thought it was very eye-opening and good to see where we've been and hopefully where we're going. So anyways, before we wrap this up, I want to certainly thank our team leaders, Ms. Willoughby back there at Financial Stability or Sustainability, Ms. Easton in Safe Community, Ms. Adie in Natural Resources, Ms. Lang in Human Resources and Organizational Stability, Ms. Elgis in regards to economic vitality, and Mr. Dallaire, I believe it was, in infrastructure, right? So, and their accompanying scribes who took all that information. So it's critical, and I look forward to the accumulation of all this data and seeing where we go from that and building a plan. So anyways, our next steps are, you want to talk about that, or?
Yes, let's
Okay.
talk through next steps. So we just gathered all of this information. Where is it going? The next thing on our project schedule, and I'm sorry as I'm flipping through these trying to find this. Here we are. Okay, so in our project schedule, we are taking all of this information, as mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, through the entire process. So this was just the beginning. All of these ideas are going to be synthesized, grouped, themed. We'll pull out some specifics in order to conduct our focus groups. We are also very likely building the community survey based off of some of the visioning that we did today, some of the areas of focus to start getting not just the folks in this room, but the rest of the community's feelings on level of or degree of shift needed or where they'd like to see the focus for the organization. So I know that Douglas County staff is so on top of it with getting this community survey out to as many people as possible. So if you're in the room today, please be checking the website for when that goes live. It'll be in the next week or so. And we are just going to continue iterating on this information. So Jay and I'm speaking for Jay, but thank you so much for all of the information that you've helped us prepare today. This is certainly not the last time that you're going to see it. There are many other places to provide your input, and we do hope that you engage with this process via the community survey and the public meetings.
Thank you very much. So I believe that concludes the presentation by On Strategy today. I did want to, before we go into public comment, closing public comment, I do want to mention that we have a public workshop on September the 19th from 4 to 7:30. Did I say September 19th? September 19th from 4 to 7:30 at our Douglas County Community and Senior Center. And we are going to have, for the public's interest, a supervised activity room for children older than 1 will be provided. So that's a good deal. October 9th, we'll have another public workshop from 4 to 7:30 at the Tahoe Regional Planning Association building at Market Street and State Line. We're trying to entice members of the public to attend that by offering a free barbecue meal. Is that correct? So today was not necessarily called a public workshop, so that's why we didn't have a free barbecue meal today, but we are providing them on September 19th. And, so we'll try to ply you with barbecue sauce and barbecue to get you out to attend that. But, and we certainly encourage you to take advantage of our online publications and things like that. There won't be any meals provided at the online things. So anyways, with that, we'll close up that session and look forward to revisiting with you and the accumulation of all this data. With that, I guess we can go to closing public comment, right? So, okay. So anyways, closing public comment. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners, or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken. So, public comment. We need to try to get that microphone working.
Okay. James McCullough for the record. I just want to say this was a day-long opportunity for public comment, and I really enjoyed the opportunity, and staff did a great job of putting this together, and just thank you.
Brian Fitzgerald, President of Carson Valley Arts Council. Thank you for this opportunity today. I kind of wanted to reference something, and of course, some of the commissioners have heard me and heard my spiel, but not all of you have, and the consultants certainly haven't. But I've been advised to trust the process, but I can't help myself. Something that Commissioner Rice mentioned earlier is a reference to prior reports and studies that have been done. A lot of times those documents end up on a shelf and not much action taken. So I want to recommend that you go back and look at some of those documents. 10 years ago, Valley Vision was produced, and there was reference to enhancing arts and culture and creating an arts and cultural master plan. The towns of Minden and Gardnerville together renewed their plans for prosperity. Took a look at it. There are references to an arts and culture plan and the enhancement of arts to revitalize our downtown areas. In 2020, the master plan update included new language recognizing the arts as a factor in economic vitality. Your economic vitality plan update just recently has included some initiatives to enhance the arts. And coming before you September 7th at your next meeting will be an Arts in Public Places program that I hope you will support. All that being said, there's been a trend and a lot of momentum for the arts in our community. And I think that arts and culture needs its own theme in your strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, on that note, Jason Gibson with the Planet Art Network perspective, not to get carried away in rainbows and unicorns, but I have a thing for circumpolar rainbow rings. We talked about a lot of stuff. Very productive session, probably the most creative session out of the 2.5 years I've spent in attending these meetings. Thank you. I think we should do more of it. I think we should see this more often, and maybe just 2 to 4 hour sessions once a month from like 10 to 2 would optimize our collective think tank. We can commercialize the arts and we can draw people here for this reason and that reason and the whole 9 yards, but really the renewing of our minds with an alternative to the status quo where time is money. Finding the alternative to the mundaneness of the work week, creativity within the workplace. People aren't going back to work because they're tired of the monotony of the job spell. They don't want to be employee slaves. They want to be professionals. They want to excel and master themselves and be the fullest that they can be as human beings. They're tired of being told, being sold, and then waking up and realizing, man, you got hoodwinked. You did all that, you got those degrees, and you got the house, the kids, and the whole 9 yards, and you're miserable. Now your health is failing. So anyhow, I found in myself that, well, I'm glad I didn't start with opening comments today because I was going to bring in yesterday's business, which would not have been productive, even though we got what we wanted, which was stalling the $100 million JLEC facility, the bonds, which would result in an excess of $26 extra million in interest that would lock us down to our criminal enterprise of interests. So I'm glad I didn't do that, and I'm glad that I had a chance to relate with people in the first person and sit close to some of you. And I think no matter what the issues are or what side of the coin we're on or what title we have, that once we get into the first person and we're up close, that some of the things that hold us back or some of the grudges or some of the issues that we may have between us kind of has a tendency to transform itself. So I'd like to see more first person contact like this. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Then seeing no additional public comment, and without any further items on the agenda, I'll hereby adjourn the meeting. And thank you once again for all your attendance today and your input.